topic we are covering is kind of how to do cross-platform with our solution, with our game platform. Uh, so, real quick, I will cover who AccelByte is. You might not have the most up-to-date information, or you may not have heard of us before, so I will quickly cover that. My name is Shane. I'm a technical director here at AccelByte. I've been with the company for about a year, and have a background in backend as a service for probably about 4.5, 5 years or so, give or take. But AccelByte as a company we provide a game backend platform that you can use to basically power your game to do whatever you want. It's been built by experts from places like Epic, EA, Microsoft, Ubisoft, GameSparks, and more. So we have quite a vast pool of knowledge to pull from when it comes to how we should be building these kind of services and how they should work. And basically, we are a one-stop shop for microservices. So if you were to start using AccelByte tomorrow, you would have the ability to use user accounts. You'd be able to manage all your users. You'd have e-commerce, social, matchmaking, player profiles, statistics on both a global service level and a player level, cloud saves for your players, telemetry, analytics, server orchestration, crash reporter, and quite frankly, a ton of other services as well. But we're also keenly aware that there is no one-size-fits-all solution for backend as a service. There's no way every single game on the planet Earth uses the exact same flow for how their users are supposed to use leaderboards or matchmaking. So we have that built out of the box. Is we're going to talk to you. We're going to make sure that everything is going to work the way you expect it to work. We're going to enable you to make your game kind of the most unique from your perspective. We're going to make your game work the way you want it to and how you feel it should work. We're going to help you to accomplish that. So that's in a real quick nutshell what AccelByte is. And to give you a bit more information as well, again, if you were to start using AccelByte tomorrow, well, first of all, in order for that to happen, you'd have to start a dialogue with us. So if you go to our lovely new website, accelbyte.io, you can click this Ask Us Anything button down here, and you can start the dialogue, start the conversation. And generally, we'll just try and get to know you as a developer. We'll try and get to know your game or your games. We're not just a good solution for developers of all sizes. We also could help empower publishers and have done in the past. So we'd start a dialogue. We'd try and figure out what the best way to approach this is and what the best way to consume our services are. You don't have to use absolutely everything that comes with the product. You could pick and choose if you wish. You might be a small developer. You might not see yourself publishing your own games. You might only want to publish your games on Steam or on Xbox or PlayStation. But you can totally do that, and we'll help you. You can just use our login services. You can just use our matchmaking. You can cut out all the rest of it. It's totally dependent on what suits you best, and we'll help you. We'll help guide you down that path to ensure that you are successful and that your game is successful. Because if you're successful, then we're successful, and that's kind of the approach we're trying to take with all this fun stuff. So one of the key things before we jump into our cross-platform, how we're going to set that up and what it means, chances are you've already seen our VP of Tech, Raymond Arafianto's talk on Is Your Game Cross-Platform Ready? And I will be kind of touching on some of the points he made, as well as I've borrowed some of the slides he's made just to help highlight some points, because it can be quite a technically challenging topic. But back on what I was saying, what makes AccelByte kind of unique for the most part in some of these backend as a service providers is we are a single tenant provider. So what happens is you sign up for AccelByte Cloud, and instead of having your services running on a cluster with 100 other games or 200 to 500 other games all at once, everything your brand is on the backend side is running on its own individual instance, for a word to use. So what that means is you have your game, you've gone live, you've been live for a few weeks, and then another game comes along. And if you're on a shared instance, a multi-tenant instance, and they have a massive spike in users that puts stress on the server. On a multi-tenant instance, your game can actually be affected by that. Login may go down, requests might not be fulfilled because the server's under stress from this other game that's come along and is stressing the servers out. But on a single tenant instance, that's not the case. You can be rest assured that all of the data and all of the calls being made are specifically for your game and nobody else's. So we will again also work with you to help ensure that if there's going to be a launch or a sale or something, we can help stand up and make sure that the service is 100% ready to go for whatever you're going to throw at it. Another cool thing as well with the way we try and give the service or provide the service is you own all the data on the platform, and I can't stress enough, like the platform is generating data and you are the one with the sole access to that, and you decide how that data is being used. So it's another good thing where you might be signing up for a third-party provider and paying them money, but you don't necessarily own the full tech or all of the user data that goes along with it. And then final note, with AccelByte Cloud, you're basically running a platform as a service, and we're hosting it, we are running it, we are doing all the live DevOps. But we also give you the option that, let's say your first game or your second game is super successful and you feel like you could probably start hiring and running all this stuff yourselves. Well, we're more than happy to have another conversation with you and give you the keys to your kingdom, so it will, and you'll be able to host it and run it yourselves, and you can kind of run away with it if you wish, but we hope you'll still kind of work with us, and we'll work with you to keep the service up to date with new features and just in general keep the relationship going. So in a very broad nutshell, that is what AccelByte is. So onto the topic at hand, which is how do you do cross-platform functionality, both kind of in general and with our services. So again, in the talk that we streamed about 30 minutes ago, you can look it up online. It's Is Your Game Cross-Platform Ready by Raymond Arafianto. It was on the GDC sessions yesterday, and we've been streaming it on our channel every day as well. But Raymond makes some very important points, and I won't go into the whole thing again because we'd just be repeating ourselves, but I will bring up the three kind of key cross-play, cross-platform things you need to be aware of and how we'd accomplish that with AccelByte. So the first one is, of course, cross-play, and that is you're going to launch your multiplayer game, and whether your friends are on Xbox or PlayStation or PC or Android or wherever they may be, you will be able to matchmake with your friends and play with them, and as if there was no difference between the platform that they were running on. So the way this works is there is generally a centralized matchmaking service with a centralized user data, and that is how the cross-platform can work. And then if you're on Xbox, you are searching for Xbox users, but if you've invited your friend who's on Switch, you're now expanding that search for users who are on Xbox and Switch. So that's crossplay. It's probably the most common form of cross-platform at the moment. It's getting more common for sure. But hopefully in the future, and it seems like the rules around how crossplay and who's allowed to do crossplay are getting more lax as the weeks go on. So I feel like in probably about a year or two, it might not be this kind of, we are definitely not doing that. Instead, it definitely seems to be going the way of, we definitely want you to be able to do crossplay. So the second part of cross-platform stuff is cross-progression, and this is the ability to basically do cross-saving. So in other words, I have played The Witcher 3, for instance, to use a real-world example, on Steam, and now I'm able to buy the game again on Nintendo Switch and transfer my save between Switch and PC back and forth. This also went under the term transferring a few years ago when Hideo Kojima did Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. But it lets you continue your gaming progress regardless of platform. So you could be at home and you have a really killer gaming PC and you're playing your game there, and then you're traveling for business or whatever reason, you bring your Switch and you can continue your game on your Switch, and then you finally get to where you're going and you prefer to use a computer, so you go onto your less powerful laptop and your progress follows you on all of these platforms. So that's another way of doing kind of cross-platform stuff. And then another one is cross-buy, and this is a bit of a trickier one, and I won't really tackle it during this call because I think both cross-play and cross-progression will take up ample time to describe and play. But cross-buy is basically, if I were to buy, Xbox are doing it quite well. If I buy the game on Xbox or Windows, I can log into the opposite platform and be able to play the game there. So I buy the game on Xbox, eventually I buy a Windows PC, and I can play the same game and carry my progression over there as well. It's a bit more difficult to do out of the box right now because the platforms are still quite closed off. You can't just hit an API on Xbox and grant a player an entitlement, but it's something that is changing, albeit slowly, but we're getting there. So let's quickly discuss how crossplay works on console, or how a non-crossplay title works on computers these days. And to help illustrate this, I'm going to borrow my colleague's slide from his talk that was on the channel 30 minutes ago. But effectively, each version of your game, whether it's on Steam or PlayStation, is running in its own self-contained platform of services. So if you're using just the Steam services, your game is launched from Steam. It authenticates with Steam through the identity, and then it pulls the player profile in, and then you want to matchmake with your friends. So you jump into a party with your friends who are also on Steam, and then you go back and you matchmake and you find other Steam players, and you start the process again. Steam does not talk to PlayStation, and PlayStation does not talk to Steam, and Xbox and Nintendo. And again, this could change in the future, but right now this is how this works. And if you go to PlayStation, you'll see that it has the exact same set of services that Steam does, but they all behave very differently. So PlayStation has no concept of who the user is on Steam. They're not really interested in kind of bridging that gap to pull that information in. If you take a real world example, Street Fighter V launched on PlayStation and Steam and had crossplay enabled, but you had to use a completely different user ID than what the person's PSN ID was and what the person's Steam ID was. And the reason for this is they were actually using their own kind of Capcom backend, let's say. So this is what that platform level backend would look like. And again, thank you, Raymond, for the awesome slides. So using AccelByte to accomplish this, I will put our screens side by side. So you have a centralized platform, this single tenant platform that AccelByte is running for you, your own white label platform. So game company platform is what it's called. And you can have users create accounts through Steam or through PlayStation or through the player portal, which if we jump onto it here, you can have users create accounts and log in. And if I log in with Steam, make sure I have my phone for tokens, and if not, we can just log in with email. There it is. So we can log in with Steam here, and I'll get my code and I'll type it in, and I'm trusting everyone on the internet right now to not steal my account. Thank you very much. So we are logging into the platform with Steam and accept the terms and agreements, and we have our player profile on our centralized server. So what this means is we have a central server that Steam isn't aware of and PlayStation isn't aware of, but our centralized backend is aware of those platforms. So our users live in our centralized platform. And then what happens is I can open up Steam here and go to my library and find our game, which is called Light Fantastic. And I can click play on Light Fantastic here, and it will open up and bring our window over. And what's happening here is we are logging our user in using their Steam ID. So effectively, our game has the AccelByte SDK. The SDK is contacting the AccelByte central backend, and then preparing for logging users in. Our game also has the Steamworks SDK. The Steamworks SDK takes a token from the Steam app that's running. It gives it to the AccelByte SDK. AccelByte consumes that token with a Steam endpoint And then if the token was valid, we get information about the user. And then we use that information to log that user in seamlessly. So as you can see there, I didn't have to type in my email address or password, much like I logged into the player portal with the same details. So Steam doesn't know we're contacting this third-party platform. And other than giving us the user information about this particular user, which was the Steam ID and the Steam username, Steam is unaware of what's going on. So on our centralized server platform, we have all of the same feature set that PlayStation or Steam has. So we have identity, we have friends, we have party, matchmaking, stats, cloud save, all of these things. And what that enables us to do is if we say, okay, I want to play with a friend who's on PlayStation, I can click on my friends list here. I can see Joseph, it was online 11 days ago. Joseph could be playing on his Android phone or his PlayStation. But it's saying, I'm pulling this information from our centralized backend. And Joseph would have gone through the same login process using Google or Apple or the PlayStation ID to log into his game when he first played it. And I can invite Joseph to join my game. I can search for other users, but all these users exist on the platform. They've all logged into the platform at some stage. They've all played the game at some stage. And then when I have those users, I can add them to my party. And then I can say, okay, I want to find a game with players in particular. So I'll click versus one-on-one. And again, this matchmaking is happening on our back end. PlayStation, we're not using PlayStation's matchmaking. We're not using Steam's matchmaking. We're using our centralized matchmaking service. And then the matchmaking happens, and I won't find a match because I think I'm the only one playing our demo game at the moment. But the matchmaking happens, and then it contacts a dedicated server running on our back end, and it puts the user and the friends he's matched with onto that dedicated server, and they play their game. Now, that's kind of a simplified way to describe what's actually happening, but it's, in essence, you're just taking the information that these platforms are giving you and running it on the platform you are using. So straightforward enough. That's kind of how you would matchmake your players together. So just clicking through the slides that Raymond has here, I'll give them a refresh real quick. But cross-platform is straightforward. Just you're not relying on these third-party platform identity systems or matchmaking systems, but you're using AccelBytes or your own, no matter which service you're using. And if you look at the solutions here, you can kind of click through and see user account management and how that's all hosted there. One thing to keep in mind, the reason cross-platform, or well, not the reason, but cross-platform kind of exists and has existed for years, even if it hasn't actually been allowed by players to use it. So on our back end, you'd have your matchmaking running, and on Xbox, you would just filter out the games that are on PlayStation or on Nintendo or on PC. So the only thing that's actually really happening here is if you have a third party or a centralized server of your own, you would have previously just been filtering out all the games that are happening on any of these platforms. But now you can say, you know, if you're using the Fortnite kind of scenario of I'm on PC, I'm playing with my brother or sister or friend who's on their phone. Normally a PC person wouldn't match with a phone person, but in this case we're going to have the phone person match with the PC players. You can kind of relax and generate rules based on all of the variables that are at play with cross-platform working. It's not super easy to get working, but once you have a flow in mind and you build out your rule set, the matchmaking is very easy to set up with custom rules on the back end. And as you can see in the flow for matchmaking that Raymond has provided us here, the user is playing your game, they are logging in through the authentication service, they are then matchmaking, they're joining the multiplayer session that is running on a dedicated server outside of the platform holder environment. And then once that multiplayer session is over, they're being put back to the base client game that's running on Xbox, Steam, or PlayStation and using those services. So matchmaking, in a nutshell, it's once you have your own third-party platform, it's incredibly easy to do cross-platform. If you don't have it, it's quite next to impossible unless you have a deal with some of these third-party platforms in place. So the next thing, I will skip over the fulfillment flow, but this is something that's still kind of a touchy subject on the cross-platform side of things, where right now, if you're buying an item on Steam, Steam gets a 30% cut. If you're buying something on PlayStation, they get a percentage cut. In fact, I might be wrong on those percentages. They have changed. So generally, if you buy something on Steam, PlayStation isn't super happy to let the players use it on PlayStation because they didn't get paid. They didn't get their cut of that. So what happens is there are loopholes. If you take a look at Hearthstone, for example, you can have Hearthstone on PC, you can have it on PlayStation, you can have it on Android, and you can buy items on Android or straight from Blizzard, and the card packs and whatever the virtual currency is, I can't remember, will appear on the other accounts you're using. But again, it's something that isn't super well supported, just because the platform holders still have a bit of a vice grip on how that stuff works. But it is, again, totally doable, and it's just a matter of, you could have your game using AccelByte, you could be platform ready, and then once those rules start to relax, you could actually start then allowing users to use their items elsewhere. But the one very interesting thing is you could have a bit more of a relaxed rule, whereas on PlayStation, I believe the news at the time was, if you marked your account as a PlayStation account, you couldn't play on one of the other platforms. That's a very strict rule, but if you have your own platform, you make the rules. So you could allow players to have their account on PC and on PlayStation, but you could just not allow them to use those specific items on those accounts. So again, it's kind of very useful for you to control how you allow those things to happen by having your own third-party platform as well. I will skip down to our analytics part of things. So not the analytics, apologies. So account leaking is also another important part of cross-platform, and the way we've already seen that in our player portal demo where I logged in with Steam. The way you kind of want this to happen is you want your users to have a seamless flow from purchasing your game to getting in the game. Players get very annoyed by having to fill out forms and agree to legal terms and all this stuff. It is kind of things that have to be done. So again, with AccelByte, we can use those logins to generate an OAuth type flow where you are connected to the AccelByte service, you consume a token, and the token validates the user, and that user is now playing in your game. But they've also created what we call a headless account on the back end. And now generally what you want to do, if you're trying to tie all these users, because technically if user A plays on PlayStation and they log in with their PSN ID, and then that same user for some reason buys your game again on Steam, if we don't have kind of a central account to tie these users to, they are in essence two separate users, but we want to be able to, enable this user to use the same data across their accounts for cross progression, cross saving, but we also want to, have that information that we know that this is a single user, and we can be able to kind of more effectively market and manage the relationship between this player and the games that they are playing. So you've seen games then who will do the seamless login with PSN or Steam or Xbox, and then after a while or in their menu somewhere, they'll have an option for, hey, why don't you upgrade this account to a full AccelByte account, or whatever your brand name is, like a Telltale or a 2K account, that kind of thing. And what that allows you to do is you can then say, okay, well, this PSN ID is now attached to this specific email, and that email account now is no longer a headless account. It's an account that has details about this player. So you can link your PSN ID to an email, you can get their date of birth, you store extra information about them, and then when they go on PC, and you can say, okay, well, maybe you should link your Steam account to your main account, and now you know that this email is tied to both this PSN ID and this Steam ID. And this is very important for stuff like cross progression. So what that's going to enable with cross progression is, okay, we know Steam user Backpainman, which is me, is tied to Shane@accelbyte.net. So if I log into my Nintendo Switch with my Switch ID, and then I link my Switch ID to this particular account, I can then go, okay, I can query the cloud save, which we also support on our player profile, stats, and cloud. I can use this information to then say, okay, well, this player has a game save on Steam or on their PC version, and we can update that game save locally to the Nintendo Switch, and then transfer that save file back again once they've finished their remote session on whichever device they wish to transfer it from. So the account linking is a very important step to this whole process. And even when it comes to matchmaking, the account linking is important because, as I mentioned before with the Street Fighter scenario, and you can see it now as well with Call of Duty Modern Warfare, is I go by Backpain Man on Steam. On PlayStation, I have a different username, and then I may even use a different email address tied to all of those three. So if you were talking about our initial diagram here of how the platforms talk to each other, Steam Backpain Man has no idea who my Finstern is on PlayStation, which is my user ID there. So we are using that central email address, shane@accelbyte.net, to be that kind of source of truth of, we're looking for a third player in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. So instead of searching for Backpain Man or searching for Finstern on PlayStation, I can type in the email address or the platform ID or the platform username of that particular person and invite them to the match. And whether they're playing on PlayStation, Steam, or elsewhere, they will get a notification popping up with a toast saying, hey, this other player has invited you to play their game. So very useful. Gets complicated when you're dealing with a lot of platforms, but the core of that is you have a centralized server that has all this information that you're then using all of these other platforms to kind of tie information about this player together in one kind of net of information that you have about a user, so that when that user wants to do a specific thing, either by themselves or with other players on another service, you are acting as the source of truth. Your platform is acting as the source of truth for all of this information, as well as doing the work of matching these players together and retrieving their save files from the cloud. So that's kind of it for kind of doing cross-platform. It is always trickier than it seems. If you have your game running on a PlayStation or PC and it's running on mobile devices, there is differences in how they actually perform at the game engine level. But the one thing we've tested with our platform is that our SDK works on all of these different services. The underlying functions they are doing is purely REST calls, and then for some of the social and multiplayer stuff, we are using WebSockets. But the SDK itself isn't going to be an issue when you're integrating this information. It's kind of the trickier part lies within syncing up all of these different systems together. But once you have that single source of truth, you can kind of easily matchmake and manage all your friends through that core service, and then pull that information in and out as you need to when your players are playing your game. So yeah, I guess that's probably going to cover this kind of theoretical discussion of how you would accomplish the cross-platform using our solution. So really quick, we'll cover it again. Initially, you'll want your core platform running on its own, separate from these other entities. You will integrate user account management that will then link these separate accounts for players at this central point. You will then use our social services for finding friends, for chatting to people. For then you have your friends and you will do matchmaking, and then you will matchmake. You will connect to a dedicated server that is not running on any of these third-party or platform holding services, and your players will play, and then they can go back and they can just use the game on the individual console itself. And it's very similar again for cloud saves, where once you have that central source of truth of your player, you can check the cloud save if it was last uploaded from Steam, download it to Switch if it was last uploaded from Switch, download it to PlayStation when they log on there, and so on and back and forth. And that kind of puts it all together, makes it sound much easier than kind of trying to manage all these third-party platforms sending data to each other, which is almost next to impossible until hopefully it gets easier in the future, but for now, you can build your own and make sure it works exactly how you think and how you feel it should work. So with that, I'm going to open up the stream for questions. If you are watching on our YouTube live stream, we have the live chat window underneath. If you are watching it from Twitter or our blog posts, we have a Discord you can join and ask questions. I will leave the questions open for roughly about 5 or 10 minutes. And yeah, I will try and answer to the best I can. And if not, we can schedule an email. We can get an email going. We can schedule a call and kind of dive deeper into what exactly it is you want to try and accomplish with your particular game and how cross-platform, cross-progress, cross-saving would work for you, and try and kind of really get into the nitty-gritty details of exactly what it is you want to do and help you solve those problems. So with that said, I'm going to turn on our little question time logo and our question time music, and hopefully I got some questions. We had a question in the chat there for something unrelated to our cross-platform stuff in a way, but the question was, how does it work if you are going to own the source code? So if you as a customer is using AccelByte, and I will turn off the music so you can hear me a bit better. But yeah, the question was, how would the customer go about owning the source code? And in general, we have a few different pricing models that you can go under. Our three flavors are: we have AccelByte Cloud, which has some setup fees, and we pass through the hosting costs, and there's a very small MAU cost associated with that. What it is it's effectively we are deploying the service for you, we are managing the service, and we are doing a lot of the customizations for you as a customer. Then we have AccelByte Enterprise, and what that is you own the source code. You can deploy the source code to whichever cloud you want, to your own metal if you wish. And we would, of course, help you with all that deployment. You get all the documentation, access to the full source code, everything. And then hopefully you can keep us around, and we'll help you, keep advising you on the best ways to extend it and make changes and build services and all that kind of stuff. But if you really wanted to, you could just take that and run. And then we do also have custom bespoke deals, and that's kind of something, again, I would implore you to contact us, ask us anything, send us an email, and we will talk to you about what exactly it is you want to accomplish and how we can make that happen. But yeah, if you're an AccelByte Cloud customer and you feel like you're doing well enough that you kind of want to get away from us, we can, of course, go into some discussions about upgrading to Enterprise. And once everyone's happy with everything, we can give you the keys to the kingdom. You can take your source code. We will give you the actual keys to the live deployments that are there, and you can use that and become self-sufficient, if you will. So there's plenty of options, and in general, we would encourage you to just reach out to us about any particular plan that you have in mind. And with that, I'll probably end the stream here, as we don't seem to be getting other questions that are different from this. So I want to again thank everyone for watching. Thank you for tuning in and giving us the time of day. It really means a lot to us. We will be back, of course, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern time, and we have one new live demo, which we'll be doing a small integration with AccelByte. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating a game on our backend. We're going to be creating the credentials, giving it some basic permissions, and then we're going to open up a game engine and do a small integration. So we will be importing the SDK, we will be logging a user in, registering a user, and that will be our end goal for the stream tomorrow. After that, we will be kind of starting to recycle our streams. I will still be, of course, doing them live. So they might be different from what you might have seen on Monday or Tuesday, but again, you're more than welcome to join us and influence how those demos are going, asking us questions, etc. I would implore you, before I go, to visit our website, click through all of our options, all of our solutions, and then if you have any questions or if you're interested in any way, click the Ask Us Anything button, send us an email at hello@accelbyte.io, and we would love to talk to you. We would love to get some details on what you want to try and do and see if we can be of help. So with that, I'm going to end this and go back to our looping demo, and thank you again.
Hi, welcome to GDC Virtual Talk. So my kids have been staying home this week just to be safe from coronavirus. And what is the better time than to introduce them to Minecraft this week? And they've been absolutely loving it. So we have an iPad, we have a Switch, we have a laptop, and they can play together. And they've been having a great time. But I think like the best thing about this whole experience for them is the fact that they can play together. They can play with me, they can play with each other, they can play with their friends, the neighbors. That is the beauty of it, and that is the beauty of cross-platform is the fact that they can focus on playing and not worrying about what platforms, what kind of consoles they have, and things like that. Hi, my name is Raymond Arifianto. I work in AccelByte right now. I've been in the games industry for quite a few years, mostly in the online space. Online space is something I'm super passionate about. And one of the topics I'm really been passionate about is actually cross-platform. I got a chance to work in cross-platform in 2014 when I was working in Lionhead Studios. We were working on Fable Legends. We were trying to get Xbox One and Windows 10, and we were pretty, we got pretty far. And that's when I realized that cross-platform gaming, it's a topic that has been discussed for quite a bit in the consumer space or in the gamer space, but not really in the game development communities. There's not a lot of articles and understanding of the basic things that is needed to make a cross-platform game. Now, cross-platform is on the rise. There's been more and more games that's been shipping with cross-platform features, right? I mean, like all these games that you see, they're all having some level of cross-platform features. They have different scopes, they have different implementation, but the point is that it is gaining traction. It is more accepted in the mainstream. And here's an article from Anderson Horowitz's blog. Like he's basically, well, the author is basically saying that like games, historically speaking, has been siloed and segmented by different platforms. But now, with the rise of cross platforms, what the author is noticing is that multiplayer games, the growth of multiplayer games is even getting faster and larger because of it. So that's pretty cool. So why cross-platform? From the gamer's perspective, it's great. Just like our kids, like they don't have to worry about what device they're playing, what platform they're playing. They can just play. They can just play. They can connect with their friends. They don't have to worry about if the friends is in a certain platforms and things like that. They can just play together and anywhere. Whereas for us, for the game developers, it is great because instead of having your user base to be segmented in different platforms, now you have a large pool of players that you can build larger multiplayer sessions with. And as you and I know, fuller multiplayer sessions, especially in the long tail of your games, if your game has been out for a few years, that's a positive thing because you can build a more rich multiplayer experience with fuller sessions. All right, so you might think, all right, that sounds really good. So let's add cross-platform to our next game. I don't know about you, but I really love Lord of the Rings in the Fellowship of the Rings. If you remember, like Council of Elrond, they were saying this like, let's make our next game to be cross-platform enabled. And Boromir said, one does not simply crossplay. It's because he knows that making a cross-platform feature games, it's not straightforward. It's kind of tricky. So this is why I made this talk in the GDC is for you who are thinking of making your next game to have multiplayer features. This is, and if you have shipped games before, you have dealt with submitting your games to the different platforms, you know the platform capabilities. So that will be a good basis for this talk. And also, this is just to, hopefully this can help you jumpstart your research and planning. So with that, let's jump in. Here's 9 things that you need to know about making cross-platform games enabled. Let's talk about terminologies. There's been a lot of terminologies. Everything starts with crosses, right? Crossplay, cross progression, cross buy. What are the differences? Crossplay is what a lot of people think about when they're thinking about cross-platform. It is basically getting people together into the same multiplayer session, but the players can come from varying platforms, right? So this is literally Xbox players can play with, PlayStation players can play with, Steam players can play with, Epic Games players, right? I mean, cross progression is basically you play in one platform, and then you can continue your game somewhere else. That is loosely what the definition is. It applies to both single player and multiplayer games. And the third one is cross buy. Cross buy is all about you're purchasing some stuff in one platform, and then you expect that those stuff that you bought in another in some other platforms will available for you when you start playing your game in another platform. There is a cousin for this, which is called BOPA, which I will also talk about. BOPA is the buy once, play anywhere. So I found this chart in the internet. Whoever wrote this chart, whoever made this chart, you are awesome. So thank you. Obviously, this list will grow, but I think there's just the fact that people are really thinking about cross-platform. So kudos to whoever did this. Number 2, let's talk about mastering your own online domain. What I mean by that is that when you are shipping games in different platforms, there are platform capabilities, there are platform services that's available for you to use, and they are great, right? I mean, like Xbox Live, you have your Steamworks, they have robust capabilities. Now, if you want to make a cross-platform games, unfortunately, you cannot use most of those because the stats in Steam is not compatible with stats in Xbox or stats in PlayStation. So that's why it will look kind of more like this, where basically you have your set of services, your set of identity and stats and matchmaking and all that, and then it links behind the scene. It connects to the different platform services with service-to-service calls. So what can you use from the first-party platform? You definitely have to use their identity and the account, and we will talk more about that. You also have to connect and use their e-commerce services, especially if you are intending to monetize your game with the in-app purchase. And then the third one is basically anything that the platform requires you to use. As an example, if you ship games in Xbox One, I'm sure that you know that you have to use their MPSDs, their multiplayer session directory, even though you have your own matchmaking service, because they're using all that information that you put in the MPSD to power the dashboard information about whether you are in a session, whether that is joinable, and your rich presence and all that. Third one, you got to know your players. This is one example. I have a Steam account, I have an Epic account, I have an Xbox, PlayStation account, I have a Switch account. If I play the same game that has cross-platform capabilities, how does the game know it is me? And that is done by something that's called account linking. Account linking is just basically you want to be able to link your common account with the different varying platform accounts. You probably already seen some of these. You've been using them, like, if you have Ubisoft Uplay account, it's like you can go to their website and that's where you actually link the different accounts. And then also the same thing with Epic Games. If you play Call of Duty, the latest Call of Duty has cross-platform capabilities, right? And this is one Reddit post that I saw that actually is very relevant. When you're looking for your friends in Call of Duty, you have to use the Activision ID. Like, even though you're playing an Xbox, you cannot search your friends if they're playing in PlayStation with their PlayStation gamer tag, because it's not going to know about it. But what you can do is you can actually use the Activision ID to look them up. And this whole unified account system, identity and account system, is the fundamental piece for the rest of your cross-platform games. This is why, like just the diagram, it's your centralized account system that links to the other platforms. A couple of tips. You want to consider compliancy early on with the GDPR, CCPA. There will be more. So you have to take those into consideration early on. You don't want that to bite you at the very end. And also, there will be new platforms coming. So you want to have the ability to add new platforms as they come in. This is one example on how to implement account linking to Steam, right? So basically, your IAM service is the one that basically exchange the token, the Steam token, to your own token, so that you can use that. Your client can use your token and to connect to the rest of your services. Now you have successfully identified the players with account linking. The next thing you do is get them to play together, right? So this is the time to cross play. In order for you to connect those guys into the same multiplayer sessions with all their friends, you would need to build all these things. Like, you need to build matchmaking and session management, stats, leaderboards. It all kind of depends on what your games need, but you will need these kinds of services to get them together. This is a typical matchmaking flow. So basically, you get your identity, and behind the scene that might actually federate to the other platforms. But then from that point on, you use your matchmaking service to get people into the same sessions. Few notes about multiplayer and connectivities. If you have the option to choose, if you are in the position to choose your game engine, make sure that the game engine that you're choosing is friendly with cross-platform. What I mean by that is it has already a built-in mechanism to do client-server synchronization. If you choose to build your own game engine, absolutely you can do that, but just keep that in mind. And when you want your clients to start connecting to the other players to play, I would suggest not going with the direct peer-to-peer route, especially the fact that you cannot use the built-in platform libraries, like, for instance, the Xbox Secure Device Association, Secure Device Address. You cannot use it if you are making a cross-platform games. It gets pretty hairy, especially when we're talking about console connecting to PC, right? And then you have to deal with the NAT restriction and all that. So I would suggest go with either dedicated server, or you use some kind of relay server assisted peer-to-peer to build your mesh. And last but not least, because you are now dealing with multiple powers essentially from all your clients, PC, consoles, you want to have the simulation to be locked at some number. 30 frames per second is the one that everyone seems to be using right now. So use your simulation to be locked, but have your rendering to be whatever you want, right? 60 frames per second, 120, or even unlocked. All right, tip number 5, let them continue playing on the other platform. I, like a lot of people, I'm a big fan of Witcher. So I've played Witcher 3 in PlayStation. I've spent hundreds of hours, and then when I pick up my Switch, I have to start over, right? Because there is no way to continue my progression in another platform. Um, so I found a post that kind of captures the same question. The good news is they have implemented a cross progression, cross save between Steam and GOG to Switch. So I think that's fantastic. That's great. That's definitely a step in the right direction. It didn't help me in particular because I was playing in PlayStation 4, but I think it's heading in the right direction. So this is the value that cross progression gives you, right? It's a quality of life for your players. Now, how do you store the data itself? It's really up to your game. Do you want to store it as a blob? Do you want to store it as stats values? Do you want to store it as a string? It's really kind of up to you. But first and foremost, you still need to identify that I'm playing in Switch, I'm playing in PlayStation, I'm playing in Steam. They're all actually me, right? The whole, again, it goes back to the unified identity. Now, when you're talking about cross-platform, cross progression, which basically from one platform you do a save, and then from another platform you do a load, and then you save again. You have to deal with SPOP and MPOP. SPOP is the single point of presence. It's literally you're only allowing a single connection to the same account, to the same logical account at any given time. So you would one implementation will be like if you log in with one platform and then you log in from another platform, you would log out the other platform, right? So that's just one behavior that is expected from an SPOP. That is, all of it is useful to protect yourself so that you're not riding to the same location at any given time. So you're doing stomping at that point. Now MPOP is actually the other way around. Like MPOP is allowing you to do that, allowing you to have multiple connections that's pointing logically to the same account. It can be done. It just means that it's a little bit more complicated, but it's doable. The next one is you want to unify your commerce. This, if you go to Minecraft and then you go to their store, you would see that it's a very consistent experience, right? This is, I took the screenshot a couple of weeks ago, and this is the experience that you see, regardless whether you log in, whether you use the Switch or the iPad or the Windows 10, it's like they're all the same consistent experience. So let's talk about the difference between primary store and secondary store. Like primary store is the store that you have to configure on the platform side that results in real money transaction. Whereas the secondary store is everything that you control within the game. You want to make the secondary store to be as rich as you can, and you want to simplify the things that you rely on in the primary store to the minimum. The reason being is the fact that you, as you can probably guess, you have to configure the primary store in every single platforms, and then you would go into the different regions and then the different pricing and all that. It gets pretty complicated. And also, as we will talk about it in the next chapter, in the next point, there's no APIs to do it. Like this is pretty much still a manual process that you need to go to with every single platforms. So I would suggest keeping it simple. A lot of the implementations these days are using it for virtual currencies like V-Bucks or the mine coins. That's why, right? That's because you want to simplify that one, and then you have a richer experience in the secondary store. This is an example of fulfillment flow, where basically the game, you let your players from Steam or from PlayStation to buy the consumable or durable from the platform store, and then you use your unified commerce to consume on behalf of the players with the secure service-to-service calls. This is the example calls that's happening for Steam. That's basically your commerce Service is the one that's going to finalize the transaction. It listens to the callback, and then your e-commerce is the one that basically confirm that like transaction is done. Now I'm going to grant this user this much in the wallet, or grants this entitlement. The next one is platform certification. There are three things that is guaranteed in life. The first one is, well, especially for a game dev life, death, taxes, and failing a certification on a very unfortunate time. Because if you have gone through certification before, certification can be pretty tricky. It's quite a long list. It varies from platform to platform. And one thing to keep in mind about making a cross-platform game is that there are actually an extra section that talks about cross-platform games, platform certification for each of the platforms. Here's one example. This is on the left-hand side, you have, this is Call of Duty, by the way. Like on the left-hand side, you have Xbox, right? Yeah, Xbox. And the right-hand side, you have PC. The difference is very, very subtle. But if you see like in the right-hand side in the PC, you actually like, they will tell you if the people that you're playing with is in Xbox or in PlayStation. Whereas in the left-hand side, the requirement states that like either they are playing in the same platform as you are, which is Xbox, or they're playing in another platform, which at that point you cannot actually say which platforms they're from, right? So it's a subtle UI difference, and that's something that will fail you your certification if you actually didn't catch it. So my recommendation is just provide yourself enough buffer to go through the platform certification and actually understand what is required. The next one is separate release and deploy. This is one example. Fortnite has this black hole event that's basically, it's for their transition from season 1 to season 2. At some point, people just suddenly, like the whole world just suddenly started like collapsing and absorb into black hole. And it happens in the exact same time. And this is a time event, right? And the reason this is interesting is because they don't rely on this event to be activated with the title update. If you have gone through title update ritual, it is pretty involved when you are submitting a title update to the platforms. And also, when you are releasing a title update, a binary change, you cannot really synchronize it across all platforms. Right now, it's a very manual process. There's account manager that needs to be involved. There's spreadsheets sometimes. You have to go to some portals. You have to pass the certification test. So it's in general, it's very hard to synchronize the release of a title update. But title update is not the only way you can release a feature to your games. There is also data only patch, which is like sometimes you will see that like it starts downloading like assets. So that's really useful. But also we're going to be talking about server-side toggles. So what is server-side toggles? Server-side toggles are basically server variables, server variables that you define on the server side, and then have the game clients and game servers to react to the changes to the server variables. If you have that capability in your game, what you can do is you can deploy the title update earlier. So you deploy your binary changes to your game, and your binary changes will now understand these extra server variables ahead of time. And then when you are actually ready to activate the time events or other changes, you can just change the server side variables or feature toggles. What is it used for? It's useful for scheduled events. It's useful for game balancing data. It's useful for kill switching certain things, or even enabling certain features. This is a diagram of how it would look like. It should be pretty straightforward. You have the server variables that is served from your services. Have the games, have your game clients and have your game servers to be ready to react to it. Push notification is a nice thing to have, but in theory you don't really need push notification. Technically you can poll, but polling. And then you have live designers and producers or developers who configure those server variables. So what that means is that if they need to tweak something, if they need to kill switch something, if they need to activate certain events, they can just go through from the server variables route. All right, so we're at the last tip right now. This tip is this is an uncharted territory, so I want to be clear about that. It is buy once, play anywhere. What it enables you to do is basically it lets your consumers to buy your game in one platform and have it available for him or her to play anywhere else in any other platforms. All right, so why do we care about it? Like from players, it's great, right? I mean, like from players, it's literally they don't have to worry or think about what platforms I need to buy this particular game for. I can just buy the game and I don't have to worry about it because I can just go to another platform and I can play it there. For you, for the game developer, it is a goodwill. It is mostly like to get your fans, to get your players to really embrace your brand, drive engagement. And if you actually have your own store, you can actually drive the traffic to your store this way. So here are 3 steps to enable BOPA. The first one is unified identity. Again, everything boils down to the unified identity. The second one is being able to kind of keep track of entitlements. And the third one is being able to call another platform's API to grant entitlement. Now, this API, the third one that I mentioned, the keyless entitlement, that is not widely available. Only few platforms support it, and even that you have to go through your account manager to use it. But I believe that this is where the industry is heading right now. Some examples. The first one is you buy it in your store and then you want to show up in Steam. So this is the flow. So basically you have to call, eventually you will call the grant package to Steam. Again, this API is not available publicly, so you need to talk to your account manager if you really want to enable this scenario. The second one is you buy the game in Steam and then the game will show up in your store. So this one is a little bit more straightforward. This one is basic, but you cannot listen to purchase events in Steam. So you have to rely on your player played the game once first in Steam. Maybe at that point, you're also going to trigger the account linking, for instance. And then at that point, you know that's like, all right, this player has logged in. He has the entitlement in Steam. I'm going to give him an entitlement in my store. So key takeaways. Should we or should we not do cross-platform? I think cross-platform is ideal for developers who wants to make several cross-platform games in the future, or if you want to make a game that you are going to maintain for a long time, that has a long life service plan. Why is that, right? Because building a cross-platform games is not trivial. You need time and you need effort, and also you need investment to actually have the proper infrastructure to support it, like all those services that we've been talking about. So where do you start? Just like the concept of game engine, like Unity, UE4, and all that, right? Or basically, it kind of gives you a jump start. Can you build your own game engine? Absolutely, but you don't have to. So there are definitely some solutions out there that will give you a jump start to enable this, and some of those are actually cross-platform ready also. Which one are you going to use? Just like when you're evaluating game engines, there are pros and cons that you need to evaluate. There's no one solution that fits everyone, so you definitely need to check out what you need, what is important for you, right? So I listed about 7, and I'm sure there are more too. Kind of depends on what you need. If you would like to learn more about this topic, about the backend as a service, solutions out there for online game dev, check out the Discord channel. And so, last question is, where is this industry heading? This is my opinion. My opinion is platforms are taking the backseat. There will always be new platforms coming in, but I think that platforms are taking the backseat, and it is really about the player experience is the one that's going to take the central stage. Just like my kids, they don't really care about platforms. All they care about is having a good time and playing together. And I think that is where the industry is going. So if you listen to my talk, thank you so much. That is my email address. I would love to hear more from you, especially if you have any thoughts or any comments or any questions about my talk, or any cross-platform in general, or about online game development. I would love to hear from you. It's a bummer that I don't get to see you in March, but hopefully GDC 2020 summer is happening and I get to see you then. Until then, the company I work for, AccelByte, we actually have an online event going on in March 16th to 20th. So check out our website. Hopefully, I will see you in the online event that we have. We're going to be talking about cross-platform and other things too. And special thanks to Mark and Ed, who have reviewed my deck and gave me a lot of good feedback. So thank you for that. And also the rest of the GDC crew. I know it's not been easy, so thank you so much for coordinating this and making it still happening. And for you, thank you so much. Bye. All right, Drake. So what do you like about Minecraft?
Well, I like it because I can play with my dad and my friends and sometimes my little sister.
Shane. I'm going to be your host again today. And today's topic, we're going to cover how to create a game on the AccelByte backend, and then also do an initial integration. So what we're going to be doing on that part is we're going to be downloading our Unity SDK from our documentation website, and we're going to import it into Unity. We're going to log a user in. So we'll get to that in probably about 5 or 10 minutes. But before that, I'm going to cover just who or what is AccelByte. This might be your first time visiting us, so important we don't skip over that particular piece of information. So yeah, to that, AccelByte is a game backend platform. It's built by experts from companies such as Epic, EA, Microsoft, Ubisoft, and GameSparks, and a few more on top of that. So game backend platform, specifically, we are a one-stop shop for microservices. So if your game needs to log users in, if you need to be able to manage your users, if you need e-commerce, social, such as friends and chat, matchmaking, player profile. So on your player profile, you can store data, you can store stats, you have cloud saves, telemetry, analytics, server orchestration, crash reporter, and quite frankly, loads more options and services. That's what AccelByte is, and that's what we provide. However, while we do offer a lot of out-of-the-box solutions, you could just take our login services, you could take our player profile and run away, and you don't need to do anything more than that. We are firm believers, and we've experienced in this particular field that there is no one-size-fits-all solution when it comes to building the back end for your game. Every single game is different, even if they are in the same genre, even if they share the same DNA. No two games have exactly the same systems in place. So with that, you talk to us, you tell us what your game is about, you tell us how you want your game to play, and we'll work with you to customize our existing features to make sure that they behave exactly how you want them to behave for your specific game. If you need matchmaking to have a cool new unique twist to make players more interested in teaming up with each other, we're there to help facilitate that. If you want to store a new kind of information or new type of gameplay information about your players, we're going to help you do that and make it more dynamic, or whatever you want it to be, we're here to help. So just to cover a little bit more again about AccelByte and how we actually provide our services, generally what's going to happen is you will talk to us. You'll send us an email at hello@accelbyte.io. You'll visit our lovely website, and it covers our features. You can click our little Ask Us Anything button down here on the page, and we will get back to you as quick as possible. We will have some discussions. We will sign a contract together and make sure that everyone's on agreement about what exactly is being provided. And then what's going to happen is if you're using AccelByte Cloud, we will spin up a instance for you for our backend platform. And an important thing to note about that particular instance is it is a single tenant instance. So the difference that is there between our platform and other third-party backend platforms is most of them tend to provide what we would call multi-tenant platforms, so that your game is running on a cluster of servers that are all sharing space and resources with from anywhere to 2 to 100 other games at any given time. And what that means is, and why that could be bad for you, is your game is running. You're just about to launch, let's say, on Friday with Doom and Animal Crossing, and in this hypothetical scenario, Doom and Animal Crossing are on the same cluster that you are on a multi-tenant server. So your game launches, and then Doom comes along, and that launches as well. And the success of Doom, the servers aren't going to cope quite well with the amount of people Doom's going to bring in, and they're definitely not going to cope with the amount that Animal Crossing's bringing in at the exact same time. So being on a multi-tenant server, it's likely that your game or Animal Crossing or all three games are actually going to suffer from login issues, from requests failing, data not being stored correctly because the service is just under so much load. So by being a single tenant provider, you can ensure that your game and your brand is protected from scenarios like that. It is only your game running on these resources on this server, and it's only your data being processed there. So you can kind of have that reassurance that nothing bad is going to happen while it's just your game or your game services running there. Another important thing to note is that you own your data. So every single bit of data the platform generates, that is yours to own, and we don't have any influence or access to that particular data unless we're facilitating you with manipulating it or, pumping it out to some other service that you want to do something with it. We don't sell that data. It is yours to own. And yeah, so with that, I will kind of cover how we're going to start a game up on our service. So we're assuming at this point in this particular demo that you've contacted us and we've stood the service up. You want to start integrating AccelByte into your game. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to quickly jump over to our player portal. So I'm going to go to demo.accelbyte.io. And as I've covered in 4 of the previous sessions that we've done this week, the player portal is where users can log into your particular backend as a server. At the moment, I'm logged in with an admin account, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out here and log in with a regular player account. So I'm going to type in Shane, and we'll log in with this particular one. And as this particular user, you'll see I have my username, my Justice currency, which is our name of our virtual currency here. We'll see things like this is the user ID for this user, these are the games that this user owns, and we want to be able to access this user account from within a game client, because that will let us do pretty much anything else we need to do with the platform, such as finding friends, chatting to them, playing multiplayer games, even just playing the game and saving data to my particular player profile. So in order to get that done, I need to jump over to our admin portal. And again, I'm just going to log out and then log back in as our admin real quick. And then we will slide on over to our admin panel, and my address bar never wants to behave, but here we are. So I've covered the admin portal in some depth this week already, and I will be going over all of this again in a session later on today, which is semi a repeat of what we did early on Monday mornings, but just a different time slot effectively. So if you feel like you need a refresher, you can tune into that. But this is our backend. This is our game configuration. And I've covered it a couple of times again this week as well. The AccelByte platform isn't just a singular game container. There's not just one game existing in this backend platform. This is your brand's backend platform. This is, if you're a small developer, this is small developer company backend. If you're a big publisher, this is big publisher backend. And you can see that by this drop down here. We are in the top level of this game configuration. This is the AccelByte publisher namespace. And what that lets us do here is configure everything under our entire platform. But what we need to do for this particular demo is we're going to create a namespace for our game. And what that is that's a smaller kind of subset game configuration just for this particular game we're going to be creating. So I'm going to click over here into namespaces, and you can see we have quite a few here already. I'm going to add a new namespace, and I'm just going to call it GDC Demo 1. And I'll give it an incredibly inventive name of GDC Demo 1. And we'll load here, and we'll see that we've created this new namespace. So we can see some generic information like this namespace is active, when it was created, when it was last modified. I can add new currencies to this namespace. However, for now, I'm just going to leave it at the bare bones default because we're just doing a very simple implementation with our backend. So with our namespace created, I can refresh this page just to make sure we actually have it on our list, but I can scroll down in our namespace list and you'll see we have GDC Demo 1, and we have a subset of the features we're able to configure for this specific game only. So as a admin of this, I can go into GDC Demo 1, I can configure the in-game store, I can configure how statistics are tracked, the dedicated servers, the matchmaking rules, specific legal documents for this particular game. All that information, anything that's changed below this namespace is only affecting this individual game. So fairly straightforward. We will jump back up to our publisher namespace, and what we're going to do is we're going to create some credentials. So credentials are what our game clients are going to use to connect to our backend platform before a user logs in. So it's just going to do the initial handshake, ensure that yes, this is in fact the game that it claims to be, and then from there we can log a user in and do all of our standard API calls. So we're going to click create a new client here, and I'm going to open up my text editor and just note down our client ID. So we're going to copy our client ID, that's important. I'm going to copy our secret in a sec. So we just jump down. I'm going to make a field here for secret in my text editor. And we're going to generate the client secret. I'm going to copy that. And there we go. And we just have to configure some other things that are kind of for reporting purposes or specific purposes of, if there's a callback URL, all these other things. So our client name, again, going to be very creative here and say GDC Demo 1. We're going to tie it to the specific namespace that we've created, also called GDC Demo 1. I'm actually going to put client here so we don't confuse the two. And we could set a target audience, but we're not going to do this. This is really for more granular control over which specific versions of clients and all that other stuff can actually use this credential. But for now, we're just going to leave it blank. And a base URL, we're just going to use https demo.accelbyte.io/IAM as a placeholder. And then similarly, redirect URL, we're going to use http 127.0.0.1. And we're going to create this credential. So as I've mentioned before, this credential is what's going to allow our SDK in our game client to connect to the backend and do the initial handshake and just verify that, yes, this particular client, this application that's running on this computer has the permission to connect to the server and start logging people in. So we're going to click create. It takes a second, and we don't save any of our passwords on my multiple password managers. And you can see that this is the credential that we are going to be using. So the three key fields we're going to be using in our application here is the client ID, which I've copied, our secret, which we can't see, and our namespace, which I've also copied. And then real quick, I'm not going to configure any permissions here because the bare bones base permissions are enough to log a user in, but this is where you'd add in all the permissions to allow users and enable that fine-grained granular control that I covered in a previous video this week. And you can just make sure that users aren't using any particular function they're not supposed to. That's where that would go. But for now, we can leave it empty as we should just be able to log in with it empty. So we've created our game namespace. We've created our credentials. I can click into our namespace here, and I could start, finding information about users. I could start configuring stores, but I'm not going to do that just now. I'm going to search for a user called Shane. None exists in this game yet, but next we're going to go over to our documentation portal and we're going to get our Unity SDK. So I click on AccelByte and Docs, and this is our documentation portal. Pretty handy, pretty standard, just a documentation portal, has everything you need. We're also in the process of updating this and kind of making it a bit more modern feeling and a bit more comprehensive, but everything you need to get started is here and you should be able to work with that. So we're going to go to download our Unity SDK here. It will bring us to our GitHub where you can see all of our code. For these quick purposes, I'm just going to download it as a zip file here. And while that's downloading, I'm going to open up Unity. And just a heads up, I have built a simple UI for logging people in earlier on. While it's downloading, I'm going to cover what it's going to do. So we have our UI canvas here. We have our username input field, our password input field, and our login button. So as a user, I'm going to do a very old style, MMO style login. I'm going to type in my email address. I'm going to type in my password. I'm going to click login, and we're going to get some data back from the server. And that's the end goal for this particular integration demo. It should be fairly easy and fairly straightforward. So we go to our downloads, and we should have AccelByte SDK here. And there is a lot of extra information in the SDK, but the only thing we're going to use today is just two folders. We're going to use AccelByte and resources, I believe. So if I open up my assets folder for this project, we go into assets, and I go back to my downloaded zip, wherever it went. There it is. And I'm going to copy these two folders in. And this is kind of the bare bones AccelByte plugin. We have a lot of extra functionality here for if you wanted to integrate with Steam and so on. We keep track of those plugins specifically as well. But all we need is AccelByte and resources. So it's going to import. And because I didn't take in any of the test package, I'm going to have to make one small modification to the code here. As you'll see, we have an error. So if I open up Visual Studio here, I'll bring that over on screen. And let's finish loading. Close user models, and we close this, and we close this, and we want to open, user models is what we want to open. So this particular error is only being generated right now as we have a test package in our full GitHub, and I only pulled in a subset of the plugin's requirements. So if we save that out, the error should disappear in Unity, and we no longer have an issue. So I will bring up our portal again very quickly. If we go back to our credentials, and we go up here and clients, and we drop down to our GDC demo 1. So this is the credential I created earlier on, and we need to fill these fields in our SDK before we can actually make a connection to the server. So in order to do that, we have a resources folder here, and we have the AccelByte SDK config file. So we can double click on that, and again, it opens up Visual Studio. And this is where we enter in 3 key pieces of information. We need the namespace of the particular game we're connecting to. So I made a note of that earlier on, and we can see it here. It's GDC Demo 1, so I can just copy and paste that into this particular space. And then we also need the client ID and the client secret. So I'm going to open up my other text editor and copy those from where I did earlier on. And we're going to paste them in here. And we'll paste our secret in as well. And there we go. That's all the configuration we need for connecting to the server. So I will bring our Unity back up here. And what we're going to do now is we're going to start writing some code. So we'll make a game object that hosts the logic for our AccelByte function. So we're just going to call this AccelByte logic. And then we're going to create a script called, we'll just call it AccelByte login or something like that. So AccelByte login. And we will start writing some code, and I will hopefully be able to type without creating too many typos, but we'll see how we go. So right up here at the top, we're going to put in our kind of the namespaces we'll be using. So the important ones are AccelByte core. So we want AccelByte.core. We want our API, so using AccelByte.api. And finally, we want our models, so AccelByte models, and I'll explain as we're using the particular functions that require these in a moment. So the other thing we're also going to use is we're going to use a username and password string. So we will make a private string username. We'll just initialize that to be empty, and another private string password. I will initialize that to be empty. And then while I'm at it here, I'm actually going to encapsulate those with a get and set property, so we can just quickly use a shortcut in Visual Studio. And then finally, the things we're going to use next are our object, which is going to hold our user instance. So we're going to use private, and then we're going to use a structure called user. And we're going to call this our AccelByte user. And we're going to, again, do another private, and then we're going to use our model for user data. AB user data. And then what's going to happen is we're going to initialize our AccelByte plugin with an empty AccelByte user. We're going to log the user in. We're going to then, once the login has been confirmed successful, we're going to get some data about this user and return it to our console down here in Unity. So we need to call something when we start. So we're going to initialize our AB user with some empty data, which is going to initialize the AccelByte plugin. So we're going to say AccelByte plugin dot get user, and that's all we need to do to initialize the plugin. It's fairly easy and fairly straightforward. And then our next function is going to be login user. So I'm going to make it public because we need the Unity UI to hook into this and be able to call it. So public void login user, and we'll brackets, and then we're going to use AB user, which is our empty AccelByte user object. And then this has built-in functions for things you're allowed to do with the particular user. So you can log them in, log them out, refresh their data, reset their password, all that fun stuff. The one we're going to use today is login with username. And this takes 2 strings, and then we need to provide a callback function for this to process that data. So in this particular case, we're going to use our username and our password that we have up there. And then we're going to use a callback function called login callback that we haven't created yet. And that's it. So it's going to complain that we don't have login callback yet. So I'm going to actually quickly just generate that method here. And you can see here it takes a result of result. And this is from our AccelByte.core. So with our login, we're going to first check if the result has an error. So dot is error. And if it is, we're going to say, just give us some information about what went wrong. So debug.log, we're going to say encountered an error, and we're going to have it kind of print out what the error message was. I'll put a space there so it can be read. We're going to say results.error.message. And then now if we have any particular issues with logging into our service, we should get some feedback as to what exactly went wrong. On our next line, we're going to put else, and then so if we don't have any error, we're going to say debug.log. We're going to say login success, and then we're going to request the user information. So we don't have a function for this yet, but I'm going to call it get user details, and it's not going to take any extra parameters. And then down here below it, we're going to write our function. So public void get user details. And so in order to get the user details, much like we did when we were logging the user in, I'm in fact going to make this just a little bit bigger so that it's easier to see on screen. We have our user object. We initialize it with some empty user data to initialize the AccelByte plugin. We then log the user in by using that user object and the login function. And similarly, now that we have the user logged in, if we were successful, we're going to say abuser.get, I believe it is, let me see if I have the correct stuff. Get data is the one we're looking for. And then also, you'll notice a pattern here. Whenever we do a function for requesting data from AccelByte, we also need to put in a callback for how we're going to use that particular bit of information. So I'm going to say make another function called get data callback, because again, I'm incredibly inventive when it comes to programming names. So this function doesn't exist yet, so we can just generate a method for it. And you'll see that we have, again, using another core, we're using the result from core. We're also using the user data model from AccelByte.models, which we previously requested up here. And we're just calling this result again. So what we're going to do is, again, a nice pattern to have is just always check if the result is an error. And if it is, we can throw up some information about what particularly happened. So debug.log. And we could log an error, but for now, I'm just going to stick with text. And we're going to say get user data failed. And again, I'm just going to put in the result.error.message. So it makes it easier for us to debug. I could also, in fact, let's just go debug.log and then response code. And then in our result, we can get the error again, and we can say .code. And then that will return whether it was a 404 error or a 501 or any fun errors that might happen while we're writing our game. However, if the getData request was successful, we're going to say our AB user data, which is our variable up top for storing the particular information about the player, is going to equal result.value. And so real quick, with the value thing, this is where we're storing all the particular information about the user. So we can see we have auth type, whether they have any bans, the country, their date of birth, their display name. We can get all sorts of information about our user through this. But for now, we're just going to have that particular data object result equal the value of our response. And to finish things off, we're going to go debug.log, and we're going to just pull the display name for the user. So name, and then plus didn't type in AB user data dot display name. It'd be handy if the autocomplete stuff wasn't hiding over what I was typing, but yeah, we're gonna get the display name and print that out, and then we'll get a couple of other things like their user ID. We can again AB user data dot user ID, and then for just demo purposes, we'll pull out their session ID as well. You could use this to validate whether or not that the particular session is different from the last one, or I need to pull that out of AB user, in fact. So AB user dot session dot where is our session ID? I will use the authorization token for now, and we'll find that at another time. So to recap what we're doing in our code, we have a username string, a password string. We're also using get and set for our username and password. We have our empty user object that we're using to initialize the plugin, as well as the user data. We have our actual user data, which is a model that we're storing all of the particular information about the user, be it their username, their session ID, their email address, how much currency they have, if they've been banned before, whether they've signed a legal contract, or all these kind of things. And then when we initialize this particular script, we're going to initialize the plugin with our user. This will get an empty user object. We will then, in our Unity UI here, we'll type in our username and our password. We'll click login. We will send those up to the server, and the server will ping back with a result, and that's when our login will be triggered. We will check if this login has an error. If it does, we will display that message in our console. If it doesn't, we will say login success in our console and we will request some user data. We will then use this function for, again, triggering it from our AB user. We will get the data and send it to a callback. And again, a nice pattern to have is just check if there's an error, report what the error is. Otherwise, return the user data and print out some of that data that we can put back into our game engine. And that's pretty much what we will cover for this particular lesson, but we can jump over here to our Unity scene, and I have my AccelByte game object here, so I need to attach our AccelByte login, and this is going to run that start function when we click play. But what I'm also going to do here is I'm going to click on our input field, and whenever we change the value for our username, we're going to update the username string in our logic. So I believe we are looking for username. And then again, in our password input field, we're going to on value changed. We're going to drag our AccelByte logic. It's not necessarily the best way of actually doing this particular, but for a demo, it's the quickest. So that's the reason we're doing it in this particular style using the Unity UI functionality. And then for our login button, on click, we're going to call our. Oh, we never actually did. Oh, we did. Yeah. So I put in the wrong game object, login button. So AccelByte logic. There we go. That makes more sense. AccelByte login, and we're going to log the user in with that. So I'm going to save my scene here so we don't lose it if something crashes. But we can click play, and what you'll see happen here is on start we called AccelByte.getUser, and because we've called that getUser function and we didn't have an instance of AccelByte running in the game scene, it has instantiated the AccelByte object that is managing the connection between the game engine or the game client rather, and the back end. So if I unplay here, you'll see we only have our script that requires that. And there is a pattern with some other SDKs where you have to put in the manager for that specific SDK. But here, it self-manages itself. It deletes itself when it's finished. So when we click play and we call any aspect of that particular SDK, it will spawn, instantiate that object and manage itself for the duration of the session. So what we've done now is we've hit our start point here. So we're going to enter our username. And another question you might be asking is, well, we've just created this new game. We haven't registered any users yet. How are we going to log in with a user we haven't created? So I'll quickly jump back to our portal. So if I go to demo.accelbyte.io, as I mentioned before, the AccelByte configuration, the top level namespace configuration, is the publisher level configuration. So if you were to take someone like Bethesda, for instance, if you logged into Fallout 4, you wouldn't expect to have to create an entirely new account for Doom, let's say. So what this is doing is if you're playing Doom for the first time, it will actually check, does this account exist on the parent level game configuration? And if it does, we'll use some of that information, but we'll give it a different user ID. So that's very much what's happening here. So I click on my account, and I'll actually log out and log back into my regular Shane account, not Shabe. So Shane, log in, and I'll go to our account here. So this is the account we're going to pull in, and the only thing that's going to be different is this user ID, because this is the top level publisher account, and we're going to be generating a new game level account. So we're going to use Shane at accelbyte.net. And my incredibly secure password, I'll type it in here and make sure nobody's able to guess it. And we'll keep our console open here. And you'll see as soon as I click login, we're going to make all of the necessary API requests. And we're going to get responses. And we're going to print out data. And hopefully everything goes well. So I click login. You can see the current functions were called. We got a login success, which in our code is down here. So login success. So we're now requesting our get user details. We call our function and we wait for the callback for that, and that callback was successful. So we got our username, which is Shane, we got our user ID, and we got our session ID, which is the auth token that we're currently using. So as I mentioned there, the user ID here is different, so we can actually jump into our admin portal very quickly. So we log out of our user, log in with our admin, and then go to the actual admin portal. So this is the top level publisher namespace. If I go to user accounts and type in Shane, we can see the account that we were using on the website. So you can see the user ID is 7A6141. But if we jump into our namespace that we created for this specific game, we should now have a user called Shane under here, and the user ID should match the user ID we got back in our console, which is 882BF537D494. And that's it. That's how easy it is to implement the SDK into a specific game project. This was a completely brand new empty project with the exception of the UI that I had built before the demo started. But what you would do in this case is, on the success of getting the user data back or logging in, you would now show the main menu screen. And I can actually show that working in a full-blown game. So we have built a sample game with our team at AccelByte. We currently have it launching from Steam. We currently have it launching from our own launcher, which I covered in a previous video. So if I go to, I won't actually use Steam to launch it. I'll use just the executable, so that way you can see the exact same pattern here with an email and password. So this is our game. You can see it has the same email, password, login setup. So I can type in here, Shane at AccelByte. I'll type in capital letters, and then we can go to our password and my incredibly secure password. This is the exact same account I just logged into with the Unity client as well, so it's worth keeping note of that. So I click login, it loads me in, and this is my account. I can click up here, and I can see that this account also has a separate player ID. So I can show off that again real quick. If I go to the namespace for our game, our sample game, which is Light Fantastic, and I go to users, and I type in Shane. When I logged in with this user the first time, it contacted the parent level game configuration, saw that we already have a user associated with this account, and it pulled that user information in for this sub-level game account. And yeah, it is that easy. It's pretty simple to set it up. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, I guess feel free to ask. I can try and step through some things, or we could experiment with some of the stuff. It doesn't even have to be related to this specific topic I've been talking about. But I will probably leave the question time up for 5 or 10 minutes, and yeah, we'll see where we go from there. So please ask questions.